And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, continue playing this second game, second stream. And let me turn on this music. Here it is. Turn it on here. And now there's the sound. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. Alright, it's working. Here it is here. If I hit continue, it will start from the... yeah, from here. So... I finished this in the middle of cross-examination. So let's continue. You will... what? Narrate why you were compelled to stun the victim's enemies. When I heard the student girl and that purpose English murderer arguing, it got my goat. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was playing into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor Dr. Watson. Yes, John H. Watson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotova, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jerked. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. I can't stand here and listen to this tribe. Hey, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. So please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Memory-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great, peeping Tom. Oh, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused. Remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But Your Excellency, this is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Watson. We were discussing the stolen poison. That's it. No key. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Watson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotova until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin, it being developing, you see? And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself, it's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye, surely you can understand that. And if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it, in English actually. Oh yes. Many Mama-san, one small question, if you don't mind. I don't mind. Can you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the bench huts, listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Explicit. Deadly poison stolen from Humane Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoei News. The details are too accurate for you to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Mama-san, as a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to review my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoirs. Was is clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Let's see what was updated. The reporter Mama-san based based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. And that's all. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening. Wait a second. Yes, this one, nothing changed. Except the description. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up, my stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Now he'll make a mistake. The point is, if you poison someone, there'll be no reason to then go and stop the person as well. And so what? Perhaps you doubt the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's hurts done. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Wait a second. Pepper. Yes, that's right. Also, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous paper thrower, as it happens. Once a victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. Was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, it's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? Seriously, what change? Pen? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Yes, that's it. That's when Mary Melasan first found out the exact nature of the poison he used. That could be the key here. If Rita had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stop her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. There's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. We could think of possible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poison. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what you should be looking for. Seriously? Well, I thought that he knew nothing about the poison at all, but what is now? Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. More information. And what should I present here? The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. The point is, figured out after they only spoke about it. I cannot see how it will help if I present it for this. Oh my god, where should I present it? Well, I have 4 tries, so I can try to really show it here and see what will happen, but I doubt it's working. Something else is about this. Let's see. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the card. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course you did, there can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Memory-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Are you going with this, Console? Many-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the witch hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Memory-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At each point, Memory-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? Information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. I don't know why this newspaper actually publishing news based on the reporters if there was no, confirmation. It could be just fake news, yellow press. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. Extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin you've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Memory-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, sound like you, right? And many mama. So he actually poisoned her? I thought it was just a coincidence. That she poisoned herself after this attack? By incident. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, but yeah, Ben is his, so... He stole it and What? Gave the pen to her? Let's see. It was you who administered it to the unwitting victim, but you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you already given the victim the poison. At that point, it was too late. How did he lose his pen in this case? So you hatched a plan to discuss your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Console? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison caused the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealed signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easy to identify it, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. Prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? You call him fallen, my... Don't need a counter-argument. Barbarina's growth is on the rise. Okay. What are you talking about? Should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say, gave it to the victim, you say, started here, you say, lots of fine theories. They don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. That's your evidence. Yes, you make it all sound so possible. Don't you? But without evidence it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. It's what the show news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Sure, it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if I managed to avoid being seen by myself or colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, Wrighton Maniman, I am a mere reporter from the show news. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I wonder what was his last name in Japanese. Maybe the same, but there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is a definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoying handsome country bumpkin? The point is this. It's one way that you, Many-Man-san, could have stolen the poison that day. Have heard enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? I believe it's pen. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fontaine pen. Fontaine pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Swear by a whistle hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fact. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fontaine pen. Suck up a circle of sumptuous ink and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fontaine pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have a... And just as it's possible to suck up ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My words, can this really be? Well, Many-Man-san, when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fontaine pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Well, absurdity. That never happened. True, you heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fontaine pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many-Man-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your house to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of your outrageous answers, the pen fell from his golden hand? No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So, what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So, what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That, well, speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that in a game, looks as though it's going to take one final, decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question, and therefore it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Many-son, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well, son. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. Sit down. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness' pen that was used to steal the poison. Well, kinda obvious it must be a chemical reagent. Console, what is that bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, the poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It will be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Marimo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Excellency. The defense requests permission to carry out the tests on the fountain pen at once. What is he doing? This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me, trying to hold its head high as a civilization nation. Why are you speaking so fast? Holy shit. This time he's me. I'm there. What's this? Did I do it right? That was a sister takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a retro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. Excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? to your fountain pen? Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Merry-Mouse-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut, intending to quiz you on your situation, that's all, as a reporter. And no killer, enjoying full freedom, winning justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. What's this? Far Eastern caveman? Purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back in the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let you get away with what she had done, but she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit, getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice, but surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? It was a trial 9 months ago. I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. Come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? You're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I done my research, dug up all the dirt, was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just threw the article up. It came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, is it going to crush the free press? Then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Merry-Mouse-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose... He suppose. It appears that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Ryotaro. Oh. Yes, Sorry, Your Excellency, just listen in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Naruhodo's you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? What's he doing? Haraki? A seppuku? Prosecutor Aochi? No, he will cut down his Eka Hopo, what is this? Seat. I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a common use, not once now, but twice. If there was any shreds of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, the journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence. Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Aochism. One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself of the witness. Speak of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. As I thought. Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Memory-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hardly find you not guilty. Court is adjourned. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibilities, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susudo. Thank you so much. You were so dashing there. Great and father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. I know, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray, so I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Sister, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We are friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal, super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Dr. Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to Milk Bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Hope you're not looking at me, Ray. My goodness, no, of course not, of course not. That's... at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friends to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Antonio Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. Shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Sister Mikataba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Suzuki-san, Inspector Hasanaga. I do hope you've been keeping well? Is it really you? Yes, had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Sister Mikataba. But don't... so dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susada-san Esquires, that you were a locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishing, stunning, ace attorney. Poor Sasuke-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sasuke-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. Hello, Sasoro. Nice to see you here. Constance, this is a truly impressive discuss. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just so really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. I'm not so much in your... No, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosanaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, discussed as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, discussed as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. So that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Oh yeah, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Watson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, you'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, he had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. Oh my arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him and the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine with the name of John H. Watson. What? Dr. Watson? Just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Holmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On return to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumei University. But I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram that had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? This is what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage I found you in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way or harm me? It's really the only explanation I can think of. Jeremy, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, sister? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Ooh. What did he forget here? Many son. So one throw was enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that resident student's fate. Resident students? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not here, the student of law, who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he'll never... What? Why Judge did this? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Your Excellency? The trial's over. I'm not your Excellency anymore, merely your father's friends. Seishira Jikoku. Okay, Seishiro. Finally, we got a name of judge. I don't remember in other games that there was a name of any judge. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. We'll let you take the risk if Seishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. We'll go further. Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro's team, huh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Whatever could further be hidden from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Watson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, but nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikadaba-san Esquires, could I have a word? Oh yes, of course, Sasuke-san, what is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we are meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Say have to her. Please, Sasuke-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness, local student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikatoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seems to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. It was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it, son? The particular part my father was interested in? Crystal Tower, maybe? Don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, could never forget. Father seems to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Holmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care, I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous case, the case of the haunted lodgings. What? The case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps it was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
こうしてかの英国留学生の事件は決着がついたのでございます。 大師院に立ってほんの少し分かったような気がいたしました。なるほど様が異国の法廷で何に立ち向かっているのかを。今日はもう一つお知らせしたいことがあって筆を取りました。夏目漱石様がおっしゃった2つ目の事件。父は何も語りませんが、あの事件にはどうやら大きな謎を解く重要な鍵が眠っているようでございます。あの事件の記録はお部屋の棚の左隅に残しておきました。よろしければ振り返ってみてはいかがでしょうか。日本はいよいよ夏の盛り、今日も抜けるような青空でございます。なるほど様、もう一度お会いしたく存じます。すさと。
Ah, so her name is Susato. Well, never heard, but only once, sadly. Of course, save. Susato. Susato. Memories of the Clouded Kokoro. It's like about second kiss with this, well, you know, what was his name? Doesn't matter. Let's go. Famous Japanese author whose name I forgot already.
ブライヤーロードの歩道で起こった姿なき犯人による冬の夜の惨劇。背中を刺され倒れた裏若きレディが生死をさまよううちに事件は解決した。窮地に陥った東洋人の留学生が我が友人によって救い出されたその晩、ガス灯の刻むほの暗い影の中、再び奇怪な事件が闇を切り裂いた。当時の新聞の戦場的な見出しを記憶している者も多いだろう。悪霊に見入られた死の邸宅、死刑囚の呪い、ガス魔人の恐怖。現場に駆けつけた名探偵は瞬時にその真相を看破するのだが、それは悲劇の舞台の幕開けを告げるプレリュードに過ぎなかったのである。
My name is Ryosuke Naruhodo. I have legend lore, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a business student alone, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest courts, the Old Bailey. But since particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle from months ago now, having returned to the courtroom, truth I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale she was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Delicious. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I'll better go down to Mr. Holmes' suite. and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Let's kiss. Rona. Good. And I think I'll take a pause for a minute. Let me save. Alright, be right back. In a minute. Alright, I'm back. Well, there's only 5 cases, so it's the second, but the first one was obviously very short. I was just about to call up to you, the bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. We eat, so I have some what? Some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse scene for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Holmes. Oh yes, I see. So that's it. What was this? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Wait a second, you just started saying this. That was a surprise. Well, is it not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the sword button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been plastered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, so I don't look for admiration, you understand? My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your button off? Oh yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the well-known notes of haunting tune. What's red now? But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from the proper place. I'd like it back now, please. It's telling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was honoring. But Hurley, it was Holmescombe, I remember. Rona said it when he came in, didn't he? Oh yeah, the future Shakespeare, I forgot already how was his name in Japanese version. So let it be Shakespeare. I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Edith Watson, Mr. Holmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl, who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rand's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? Surprise you this fine morning. Well, I received a letter from Japan. From Suzumin, was it? Really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Well, I think I just need to speak with them because doubtable there will be something new. It's a house supposed to write, okay. Ah, his machine is back. Hello, Richard. This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. How lovely, look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how's your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer in the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. Won cases too, you know? Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall the thing. Of course you do, we helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Oh, the mustached, witchy man with a somewhat filling eyes and the mustache. He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Yes, Couldn't forget those two cases. They made a very deep impression on me. Also, I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, literally. Okay, startling news. So, what was that startling news penned by Miss Susato? Actually, it doesn't matter. Anyway, stress is not an aim. Susato. It might be just double O at the end. Well, of course, there's no stress in Japanese words. That's right. It's so hard to switch to Japanese from English. Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Holmes? Oh yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. It's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. So it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. Suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. That case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript, ready for publication too. But then Holy Hair was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, he said. Very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? You perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Holmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Repatriation. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. And it was due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. He just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father, fever, was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back to home. Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. Well, if Sherlock Holmes forbids her to publish this novel, he actually knows. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Sending you back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Horsecombe, do you know what it's all about? Oh well, who can say? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, when the fall in my absence, won't you do this? I will, from school, don't worry, see you later. He's kind of rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikatoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Sasuke-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. But of all people, Mr. Holmes. I found them at last. It is, are they? And also about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunting lodgings. Do you want to read them, Rona? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. Oh, what is this new music? This one is new. It was in the first game. At least I don't remember. I have no idea what secrets could still be hidden in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read all the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read all the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and the first battle in courts that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I am no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. What's he doing now? Detective? Well, is he living here? He might do something like this. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the showy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Sasuke-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Holmes. Believing in our compatriots' innocence, Suzuto-san and I decided to represent Sasuke-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. The man's reaction after all the trial, but his jubilation was short-lived. I believe there were 2 cases. Received a telegram from Mr. Holmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to bars at once. So, Suzuto-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Hello, Kuluk. Just started the second case. Oh, actually, they know about this case. Wait a second, it's the same hospital where Sherlock was. That's a Mason's, right? There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. I think not. Yeah, the second. Oh wait, what on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Holmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made a very good time. Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour. I sent one to you. So you'll be only 4? Yeah, flashback. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you hear now, so the victim is all there. She's only just regained consciousness. And why it was separated for 2? You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavements with a knife in her back. Now she's smaller than she was. Definitely a dwarf. Her name is, yes, heavier, Miss Green. Oh yeah, by the way, just here, just 10 minutes ago, they used the word repatriatist. Like the same it was in the police notes, or right here in this game. Why can I examine it? So, this means they will never be the third game. The mouse, Mr. Naruhodo, an enormous mouse. Vermin in a hospital? Doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility. That's what you were thinking. Okay, this culture is for references to check different angles of the body, so she's supposed to be an artist. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketch on the human form in different poses. Usually to do this, it's better, well, nowadays, not to use mannequin. Just take a picture of yourself. Different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not, I confess. I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. If you want to draw a full-figured person, and they're right to... for the job. Oh, by the way, paintings on the left, didn't notice it. But I cannot check it. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. You mean the real one? His stories? I did not. But I know every single one, and the plot of them. Because it was in school. Perhaps the young woman's special summon, do you think? Where am I, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. I actually tried to read his, I don't know, poems? But translation was so horrible, so I just simply gave up. And refused to read it. Not in the least, I seriously saved the first scene I thought of. Because I, for some reason, watched the movie where they used the original text in English, and it sounded totally different to how it was translated into Russian. So different that... well... literally, all his poems is just regular text, not some verses. And I hate verses. Well, I can explain you, because as I said, I know the plot of every single one because I was studying it. So, I think I will know the references if I notice them. Well, this puzzle in Silent Hill 3 on the hardest difficulty was kinda easy and obvious. I don't know why people struggle in it. Oh, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. Exhibitions, yes. This is a person. A woman, I hope she hasn't read this. It must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. Should have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement though. Expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change your clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. This young maiden might have chocolates and biscuits or caramel. Good morning. Hello, I'm Ryusuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. No, was it you, Knife Set? Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikutoba. Pleased to meet you. No. Was it you, Knife-san? Are you the one? No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Oh, no, that's not right, is it? I mean, yes, I'm trying to be an artist. No, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. In this case, you will never become an artist because there is no such thing as talent. It's a made-up by someone who doesn't know how to draw. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Firstly, if you check the paints before Renaissance periods, the people didn't know how actually to draw. This means that no person in the whole world had any talent at all. No one, just simply no one. Because all you need is knowledge and practice, nothing else. It will not, but say it will. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? No, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. It's a, what? Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts? Why, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Why? According to the plot, this is flashback, so they didn't change any clothes? It should be the old one? No, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. No, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does it matter, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. including the Maleficent Mr. Mustache. In fair means, I suppose Sasuke-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be working in such a district. Just for fun? No, there must be a realism. That's all. Oh, what's this? She suddenly clamped up. By the way, in Metal Gear, you will be forced to change clothes all the time, like every 10 minutes. In the third one. Yeah, in the third one it will be non-stop changing clothes. Mr. Holmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into young maiden's private affairs. Dare me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. The terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is it right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While being here in hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam, spectacularly by none other than I, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. I see. The coming round seems to have made everyone frankly busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. No, we're also relieved that you are on the mends, Miss Green. Really we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe your surname should be blue, not green. Is there Mr. What? Naruhodo here? Mr. Naruhodo? Naruhodo now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Good, it's for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Nutmeg? Send a message to me? Why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? What are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Holmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Holmes? He says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder no less. He must depart at once. Murder? Kuluk01's. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, if yet to read Mr. Natsume's note, I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenience? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? Tell affairs at once. Oh. It was only yesterday that Sasuke-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seems to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. It looks like Shakespeare just died. I actually thought that he will be a criminal. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased, without a question. He's dead. Welcome, student Mr. Narhoda Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh. Why? Why is this happening? Why to me? Only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Awful worm without wiggle. See you in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Oh, it's a horrible Herlock Holmes. Shove off. She's out the door. I never invited you. Mr. Holmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Here they are, already. The busybodies. Oh, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant? Is it? Gives me a heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene house. Okay, now I need to buy these fish and chips tomorrow. Or maybe not. And yes, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. It's the crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Oh, good morning to you too, sunshine. I already can move? To Briar Road? Then what will happen if I move? It's nothing to look at, except this crystal tower. And we already know about this bicycle. What is this? The section on the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Gardep live. All the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? All the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Fortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can afford to pay to have the work done. Why they cannot do this themselves in this case? Yes, that is sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. So there's no evidence to find, as I can see. Well, he's definitely not Shakespeare, so I'll just say Shakespeare without any problem, because in Japanese it's totally different last name. Completely different. I can return here? Okay, so let's go here again. check the body. Oh, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. No, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you can't. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad around here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like it. I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to carry some favor. So I cannot check anything at all. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare? No, I really want to check. How was his real name? I was checking it several times, but simply already forgot. Not. There. Great. So... Tony... Shakespeare. Okay, his real name. Stupid advertisement. Should never open exactly this weekend. Random week or something. William Patensy. 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 Well, Patensy. Need to remember this. It's so hard to remember. Alright. Mr. William Patensy. Patensy. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor, a bit of a dead loss, as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Patensy. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garideb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garideb got worried and kicked the door down. Okay, how Natsume is related to his death? But doesn't Mr. Garideb have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that literary Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Sasuke-san? Victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. Had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabitor. You said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Oh man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. And if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident with a payment outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? They were enemies? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? Was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? So why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, suppose he wasn't a complete stranger? But did he ever invite me to his room? Never. On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. Probably wishing you'd never ask now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. So that Inspector over there. Oh, come on. Who does this suppose? Mr. Holmes, what are you doing? Huh. You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Holmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Holmes? Can I check background again? How did he figure it out? There's something on the right. Ah, okay, wait a second. It's some kind of castle on the left. It's left. It's the right costume, and the middle, gas for what you must pay, isn't it? What is this hall? Now, what you propose, the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw two uncontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. But if the door was closed? Was it closed? Mr. Natsume, why they actually open it? What's wrong? Is something that Mr. Holmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night. It passed the victim's lips. Nonsense. Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Holmes' deductions? No, please. Pretend I'm not here. Okay, so he was fighting with this patency. But there was also some kind of poison of which he doesn't know. Kinda obvious. Visual, infallible, instructable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Holmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical trilogy before us be unrolled by my great deductions presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. Again, I had some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Holmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception, but miracles will unfold before our eyes this time. So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Cause of death. So, it's poison, as I understand. Carefully observe of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Fall at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. So this means it's not poison? Okay. Next to the victim, a not large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, one half of a sizable bar of soap. So it's not poison, it's soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why he was eating soap? Why is the soap set so purposefully up on the dish, like the victim Last Supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Sasuke is looking into the camera. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist the warring the slipper feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim life was claimed by poison that taints the contents of the plate. The soap and the laser bound the young man's mouth are too perfectly much to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxicated due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. So personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man die or die alone? This single pickup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such murder evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to leave the well of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. The sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Along with his infernal soul, from whence wafts an infernal scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. What is this aroma? Wait a second, if poison was in the air, is it possible that all will die if we stay here for too long? Then take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present? Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. Wonderful. Actually, if they left it as it is, Sasuke will never be in the court to be found guilty, isn't it? There's just one thing, Mr. Holmes. You're disposed to define just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It's quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. Actually, I know many people who were eating the soap because it's tasty. As a child, maybe even adult. It's a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? Therefore, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Well, soap actually can save you from heartburn. Indeed, yes, because usually it happens because of the high acid inside of you, so soap is quite the opposite, pH, than acid. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. No, they actually neutralized each other, so nothing will happen. But it's better to use soda instead of soap. And soda is in English. Let me translate the word. Soda is soda. Cool. It's the same word. Nice. I didn't make any mistake. Oh, antacid as well. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. Has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. Something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye, almost as if Mr. Holmes' deduction touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense. Well, the clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Natsume's reaction, the great detective's reaction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Holmes' observations and actions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Holmes' quite brilliant deductions. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, the game will continue. I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Holmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Actually, he's looking at different places. For the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large linen plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of sizable bar of soap, meaningful undoubtedly. Is there something in this cup? On the floor? Why is this soap set so purposely up on the dish, like the victim's last supper in fact? Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Now he looks at what? Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. Of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. There's a halflings on the floor. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. What was his name? Patency. Must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusion, Mr. Naruhodo looks closely at the soap. You see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table. What's that? How can that be? I think that they are two halves with the same bar that broke apart. Okay, let's check the teacup. Do you think he was drinking a tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. How about this fun idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it, so he could gulp as much down as possible. Just remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? So it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap full at a stop. But then why? Why does a man have a fork in his hand? Oh there. I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, we decide the man uses this fork. By the way, why is fork still in his hand? We wouldn't be changing Mr. Hall's deduction, so we really ought to consider some other clothes. Don't have anything except the other soap here. Isn't it? Wait a second, he has another cup in his hand. So there were two people. Already noticeable. Let's check it. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table, it showed the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst, for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. Excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that taints the contents of the plate. Mr. Holmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. Soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. There are no signs of any food in this room at all. Because food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Well, it must be teacup. But he has actually his own cup. It's not his. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Well, I already learned that his real name is Petency. Actually, William Petency. In Japanese. So why it was changed to something like almost Shakespeare in English? I don't know. What was the problem to left it like it was? Or maybe they wanted to use Shakespeare, but for some reason they changed it in Japanese version. In this case, why Sherlock Holmes was Sherlock Holmes in Japanese? So many questions about this game. I mean, game development. The cause of death, in the fight, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? Well, there's two cups. The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. There's a man dying and die alone. The single teacup suggests the answer. The Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. Well, he's playing the Shakespeare's, like I say, it's spectacles, indeed. But not Shakespeare himself. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Petency, actually in Japanese it's Petenshi, but obviously it's an English word, was having a drink of tea. He'd still be alive! Can't believe this. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me, yeah, that's why they say that his body is still warm. It's Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Holmes suggested. There more to this deduction than it seems. It's already Shakespeare's sentence here, if you know it. I didn't read it, but this sentence is kind of famous. Even in Russian. Well, in Russian translation. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. It's about the skull in Yurik. Did the man din and die alone? This other teacup suggests answer. Yes, there were two teacups in this room all along. Oh, in other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. What is this strange shadow? But reading Shakespeare in English, I seriously don't want this. I still have tons of manga to read. For example, right now I am reading this Bleach. Finally, have all 74 or 75 volumes. Maybe I'll finish in 1 month. The very least, we can say now we suddenly William? Let's see. That somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Really, unreally, unjustly, unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such background evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can be deduced about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to leave the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, if they're broken lock. No? I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going on now. When it's too late to go back to the ancient days of eating too much soup. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I suppose not. Time to look around again. Hmm? Where's the candle here? Oh yeah. They're not using gas for lighting it. Let me check this log first of all. Oh there, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? It was kicked in by Mr. Natsume according to what Mr. Gaidadept told the inspector. In this case, why Natsume actually destroyed this door? He knew his short, thin little legs had so much strange in them. Was it destroyed from inside or outside? Don't even know. Not sure the length of his legs is in any way significant here. Perhaps this says more about the pure state of the door than about Mr. Natsume's strength, actually. Careful, if he overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lovely response. I don't know, this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here? Even Mr. Peterson didn't eat candles, it seems. Already established that he didn't eat soap either. By the way, you can eat the wax. There are many candles that consist of wax and it's eatable. You think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest identity? Good point. Goes my idea. Snuff it out like that candle will be. If you sound so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame. What's this? Nothing else except books? Every single time there's like nothing to explore. Oh wait a second, there's a bottle. So there are 4 objects. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. You should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. But Susato San's quip is in response was cleverer than my original riddle. At first glance, it seems that the only thing in this room are the makeshift stage and the customs. Oh, really? I don't remember which books were outside. In some other room, I will look these 3 books initially. Wonder what they are. Let's see. Their titles read: Show of Monsieur Lecker, Canterbury Earnings, and Kneel for Gabbro. Really, this one? What you want to say? If I do this, I would remember the color? I don't even pay attention to the color in the first part. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. Titles I remember, but not the colors. It'd just be an incredible coincidence, but they are the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stopped. But the difference between these 2 games is like 1 or 2 years. Sasuke-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. By the way, change its name. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, in the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's a link to the truth. Of them. It reminds me of Zero's cave. It's more than 20 rooms, usually. Well, 12 at least. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. In the first game there were 9 rooms, but the next there were more, I believe. Hello, anybody, Rava? It's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. What the hell is going on? Last night, having returned to your lodgings after that trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here, in his room, last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. This concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. Elementary. Not again, not again, not again! That's it. Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible! He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. You live in the same building after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. What? Miss Emil. Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Sherlock Holmes. He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no daily. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Consider Mr. Nerudo Esquire. I never imagined I'll be in this position again, but... You have to help me, please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Yes. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Sosuke-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. And after all, that honor belongs to you. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Oh, and of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garidep, who discovered Mr. Pattinson. Mr. John Garidep, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. And we must remember to go and talk to him later, then. Someone to check. Like, what is this? What's this? Looks like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was turned off when the letter was opened. Is it significant? Well, it's a little out of place perhaps when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? She's right. And yet, here we have the turn off end of an envelope. Just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this just in case. But wait a second. You must first of all have a proof that it was collected here. Well, doesn't matter. A piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Pattinson's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Wait a second, I already have many things. This I already had from the previous case. Nothing special about it. Strip map again. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been a right-handed. What? Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Okay, so it was ripped here, but how can you check was it left-handed or right-handed? Because he was keeping in this. But... Wait a second. No. This is the lower part. And this is the upper. No. I don't quite understand. You can be like left-handed, so we're right-handed as well. It doesn't matter, you'll tear it like this or like this. Just holding it different side. I don't know how she decides that it's right-handed. Both ways working. It's the same actually was for what? Oh my god, what was this? Some shoes. Yeah, you can do it right hand and left hand, and depends on how you actually do this. Now, I have tons and tons and tons of questions. By the way, it was in Colombo. In Colombo, they said he was right-handed and this one was left-handed, because how actually shoes were faster. What is this? Because I'm doing it differently all the time. Like everyone. It doesn't mean that I'm left-handed. It's potatoes with the paper? Cheese? Oh no. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meteor of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that it's in this district residents pay for gas as they use at Wisconsin. We already had this conversation. is the first game. Let's see. Yes, now we've pointed it out. And still there's slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. It wasn't Mr. Bean. Totally the same machine. So you mean if you put a coin in here, that's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. And there's meter as well, so if you fake the coin, meter will actually show how much should be inside. So you must stop the meter as well if you want to fake it. I doubt that magnets will help here. Anyway, so if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Why can't it use wood? Why exactly gas? Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Because it's not apartment. If he used the wood, he would simply die because oxygen would be replaced with CO2, isn't it? In it. Oh, one of the teacups that Mr. Pedancy and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo, they're bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true, so one was Mr. Pedancy's, and the others must be in the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Suzuki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. As we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Green light. Check it right away. Really? This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I was gulped down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Really, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. There's no tea ring on the side of Mr. Natsume's cup. This must be the cup that Mr. Pedancy was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. And me, I'm just throwing away the cup every single time when I use it. I'm not washing them. Just dispose of them. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Like this one. I'll never use it second time. Oh there, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Really? Let me check it one more time. Drink tea while it's hot. Definitely not. I'm drinking only cold one. Or slightly warm. Never hot. It's nothing to check, isn't it? Oh, the poor man. So young to die. It's another phrase. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? Smiley face on the cup. I don't know, all we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. You seem that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the radio for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I just read it now, one moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? And what about his head? Why it's here? Oh, yeah, because he's the stable. Okay, why soap in this case? Why soap? I have so many questions. As we have seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. Pinkman? What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain? In making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. What does it mean, Susato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh, really? Didn't pay attention. What? Yes, it looks as though a mortar is broken out a few of them just here. Why soap? Did Mr. Patton see who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room? Look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the other side there's a little ledge. There's something on it. Actually, I believe I saw this soap from outside, but they didn't say anything about it. But outside. It's so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap. Beautiful view from the window. Just something great. I did snow all last night. It would be cold. And more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lamps? It's small bars of soap. So why soap is related? So what are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea, but the pairs of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. So perhaps we should take one, there are two of them. Is something inside of them? Oh dear, suppose we should. We could. What's this? Look here at the soap. Do you see? In the middle there? It's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. Looks like the, Marrow flag of Japan. Doesn't it? How wonderful. Maru is actually a cycle. And Hina... I don't remember. Yeah, and cross is butts. And what about Tringo? On my gamepad, I don't remember. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's he doing in this ramshackle old room? Seriously thinking about playing some Famicom Disk System games in fully Japanese, and it will definitely rise the level of Japanese. But should I? Maybe some nose, short nose. Cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Pedant's window. It's one of two that were found there. What? They already leaving? I didn't check everything. Oh my god. I didn't check everything. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, huh? Inspector Baxelson. Well, looks like I just needed to find these three objects, but I didn't check all the room. And wait a second. Just what is this? This part is a different color. It's an exclusive design, isn't it? trying the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. Maybe it was melted before and he left it outside to actually become solid? Wait a second, maybe this is the coin which he was using for this meter. Okay, you can replace the coin, right? But... and it might be melted inside, but how you will start the meter? It will still be working. I don't know. But like it reminds me of the Hinamaru design of the Japanese flag. Expect this is rather... wait a second, he is light, so Hino may be a sun? Cycle of sun? No, he is sun. Wait a second, Hinamaru, it's a sun's cycle. Easy, you can guess what the word means, if you just think about it. There's no need to know the translation and check the Google Translate for every single word. Just possible to guess. Because no, it just makes it like adding S at the end of the word, so sun's cycle. I expect this is rather expensive soap. It doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. So what is this, wax? Don't we know? Actually, same I do with English. Usually. Back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clinic, I went and reported this to the investigation division. 1 second. In 5 minutes time, this place will be cornered all by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Well, Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and... Zombie! It's because we make a hole in this window. The air has changed? The cold wake him up? What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Out, brief candle. Less but a walking shadow. A pro player. No, I don't know what is the reference of this phrase. Twitch for. Because really, I didn't read them in English. I just know the plot, not the phrases, not every single one. The strut and phrase is hour up on the stage, and then it hurt no more. Actually, I believe in English it's not possible to create a verse like in Russian. Simply not possible. Now, how sounded the next part? Well, verses exist in English language, but they like just 50% of what you can create in other languages. It's a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed. Oh, happy day. What can that? The fella isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying though? Oh, she will tell me. I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. Macbeth. The unpronounceable words in the theater. Theater, right? Until they start playing it. A solid from Act 5, Scene 5, of course. I would read the only beginning of it. Never made it up to Act 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Patterson, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. Well, they must release Natsume. I remember you. This guy. On the left. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I assume perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Seems very likely that Mr. Patency did consume poison, as we deduced. Wait a second, patency in Japanese, this word means nothing. But if you use in English, it actually reveals his character. I'll change the translation and patency. Actually, nothing special. Alright, I thought it will be something cruel. But what is a word? But was it an incident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. What? I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't count to anything more than a night in the cells. What's this? He was bringing soap here? For what? I can't even imagine, except that he was using it for wax to make it cold to replace some coin. That's my only idea. To make coins. For paying for gas. In this case, what is he doing? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Suzuki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Nice. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. So easy to remember. Still, I cannot check this soap from outside. So anything to do at all. Yeah, let's go here, Nasa. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor adopt. A bot? A bot. We're here because Mr. Gardevs, the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Oh, you chops, huh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garidept as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the belly yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more belly nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garidept. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor, Chap, in the ground floor room. Let's shoot the cannon? Just one time? It's also exactly Inspector Gregson words, Wednesday? How am I supposed to do this? There's a single apron drawing this enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look! No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. I knew that, I was just testing you. Piece of history, that's is. Then plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there war going on that I don't know about? After Mr. Nasume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time, so Gardup noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. How? Couldn't sound the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Pedancy got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his aunt sometime after that. Was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark here then. Well, thank you, that was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Miss Susato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Gardup, you were up here in your room all evening, if I understood correctly. Not a big fan upstairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean. That's a very good point. Very good point. I was asking about this like a minute ago. Can I imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here? Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? See, I know what you're thinking. It's a bully outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? But how did you know, Mr. Gardup? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. You can hear the gas? Never heard it. The gas? Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. But it's understandable, in the past you was able to hear the sound of gas? I said more or less works it out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. Never happened to me. Is the building full of floors? Like at least 5, 12 when somebody started to light in, for example, oven? Nothing is due. Okay. Well, I didn't have the light, but oven is working as supposed to be. But they dim, why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. It's gonna have gas oven. If I gas one of them and just turn the gas for the other one without lighting it, also nothing changed. Well, again, maybe for light it's different. Can explain why the other lamps dim momentary. Mightn't it? Okay, in the past, gas pressure was very low. Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is it supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable. Actually, good point. Fact is, the gas company spies in these parts are pretty hopeless. Well pronounced. Now it explains everything. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposites also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here, and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Oh right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it? Of course, because when people come back home in the evening before they go to sleep at night, what they guarantee you to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. And watching the lights in here closely can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Gardep. Absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it, really. I can't really see that it's going to help us with that case, either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gardep is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. This morning incident. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I heard that you discovered what had happened. Oh well, that hopeless actor, Chap, rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning he still hadn't lit the gas. Wait, then are you sleeping at night? So I went down and knocked on his door, but no merely answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the floor? Well, I called on that strong-looking Japanese chap to do the groundwork, of course. Laughing gas. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now, all of a sudden? Except that it was a serious situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Really strange why they killed the door. The victim's name is Mr. Petency, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Petency took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word. Destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanted to live in a place like that is either broke or has a belly screw loose. So hard to choose which category Suzuki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo is a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old Bard myself, you know? Read Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. Recent, indeed. He's known as sound Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. Seems incredible that Shakespeare was shot into Sazo. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually. Weren't there? Even a portrait? Oh, really? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Pedancy would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation. Disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude! Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Unless we want to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. So you want to say I cannot go back into this room? Yeah, not possible. So prison? Is it the same cell? Not sure. Oh, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? The question of Mr. Naruhodo Square. Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Holmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions say not of this world. They've left me. Cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that's sort of hard. That's where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried to attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible. Oh. I'm stuck in the cell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. Sorry to hear that. Oh, that selfish shyster? Shyster? Make up your minds. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Play wishy-washy, William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Pedancy was never actually dead in the first place. Oh yeah, that might make sense, and I am pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'll be sad to think it was our last. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You went with Mr. Pedancy, didn't you? I'm not saying enough words. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. I'm a curse like this. Cursed existence. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself. I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. No. There are foreigners everywhere. Look, and they all stare at me and they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my affairs. I moved more times than I can remember, and then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. have so little money. Spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. No. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. The same way as this William almost died? Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. Indeed, but not because of the curse, because it's dangerous. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. Herbal history is a small price to pay. And at least it would mean I could buy more books. I signed the list like lightning. Brave or blinkered. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize that I'm done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling, the feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. It seems that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you. No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who died in that room leaned over me in my sleep and tried to strangle me. It really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Pedancy was written in agony from the poison in his body, was on the verge of being suffocated suddenly by those miserable spirits in my room. Simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. So perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew, so the son knows how to make the man listen. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accused case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lonely lodgings. And that evening at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Pedancy. So you did go to the victim's room then? As if heard. I didn't do anything wrong. I've never been to his room before, it was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house, got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. The ties in with that Mr. Gareda said that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brought as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk as a scene there. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right, that's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you sleep poisoned Mr. Petancy tea? No, never, not at all. Seeing Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flame-brained fellow was fighting fit, asserted categorically. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garridab? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Oh, perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. Must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? There, no. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. This means he paid more for the whole house than actually using himself and every single one? I don't know. Wait a second. Okay, they collected money from the Smithers. And next, getting the rest for the tenants? I'm not sure. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Petancy isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around, he's able to tell us what happened, and we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, and I hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. Can you help overhearing what you just said? And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. And hope is all you have, hold onto it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Petancy, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, it's not on the cards. What? I am not, Inspector. Mr. Petancy has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. By sweet poison, did he seek to end my life? That's wicked, caitiff, Sosake Natsume. Oh. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. And so, once again, Sosake-san found himself having to take the dog to the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. The end of chapter? Indeed. And I have something like 30 minutes to continue. Trial part 1. Nice, nice. The truth is out there. And trust no one. 30 more minutes. Let's see. Yeah, indeed. Alright, be right back in a minute. And I'm back. Alright, oh by the end, this place always makes me feel strange. Oh, by the way, what about one more thing? What? Oh my god. What a spam they send me. Alright, let me send myself a message. Alright. This part is done. I wonder who will be prosecutor again? Him? Really? To be kinda around. Yes. seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all the same time. Well, I didn't think I'll be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Yes. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am against this hellhole! And keep coming to court! Beginning to think he's right, it really does seem as though he's cursed. It'd be very funny if he added the third case with him, the third one. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial assistant, Miss Mikotowa, Esquires. What's the bad news? Oh there. You heard it, did you? You come in shouting at the top of your voice. People can't help hearing what you say. I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barak 16 again. 16? No. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sasuke-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed... Skin of our teeth? What? Never heard about this. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The Legend of the Reaper. That says... Nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord 16 is the prosecutor. Oh no. That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end, one way or another. We experience it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils potentially. Well, it's potentially. At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. No, yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You, more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, therefore. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. He should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it, Mr. Holmes, I mean. Which is probably for the best. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord 16 were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Well said, welcome student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Well said. Surround this sword at my side and all the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lord can do. I'll set you free, his honor. Yes. You again, the jury. In the name of your majesty, the queen, I heraldly declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the consuls for their prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready, and defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friends, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your unavoidable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord 1's has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It's some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Valley, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason. Only when I'm defending. This Reaper is his curious disdain for us Japanese is a persecutor, shrouded by mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sasuke-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely. I had a feeling this Larkin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially restless on days when my head refuses to sit right. She was before here or not? First of course was, and you was. Oh well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. Since the restless look is a very fashion actually. This is the first time. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight. All the misses will go through the roof. 5 bob is some kind of amount of money? Oh, may the Lord show us all the lights here and lead his flock to righteous verdict. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to see that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Wait a second, he can pass it anytime? No, in the real life, they actually waiting for agreement. But he in game, I remember, said he can pass it at any time, and must pass it when actually they have agreement. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. Prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here, but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord 1's, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, and the innocent verdicts afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing instead of error. Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdled crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's West Side Division. Oh, Sosuke Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore on oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Gary Depp household, where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William, what was his last name again? Pedancy, indeed. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Pedancy collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Also, the victim, Mr. Pedancy, lives to tell tale. He very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. Have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene in it. The man looks very much deceased. That's right, everyone present believes that exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. The photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Wait a second, what is this liquid? I don't remember it. Liquid, maybe important. Alright. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. And the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by ill spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There have been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Ten before me died in mysterious, by the second tenant who is living. Mysterious circumstances. So, who's actually providing is tenancy is who? I said it's tenant. I was wrong. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. The neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed Mr. Natsume? How? You know, that fateful night in heaven, when I returned from Mr. Pedancy room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the soul went out and somebody tried to kill me. Must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. So cold, my running nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lords, one more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Pedancy, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lords, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? You agreed. Order, order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Sasaki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That even, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Pedancy room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never I will touch tea again, never! The public pump was frozen, you say. It's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defendant must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Did they actually check the cups? No, of course. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord? The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated, literally debates over a nice, hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. 9 o'clock 11, 2 hours. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but the testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? I was thinking about that, not him. Well, as it happens, no, we haven't been able to. Do you hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance? How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? A learned Japanese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? Simple enough, there was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty in it. But what about the traces? Traces are always there. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. Because in the past, you cannot do this. Only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist. Funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed on victims' lips on the night in question. What about soap? Wait a second, what about these coins, melted coins, in the soap? So-called, in quotes. I see, thank you, the matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their face, I'm sure. Recognition of the accused guilt. The client's fate is all but sealed. No, jury should not exist in the real world. If they were to exist. In mere moments from now you will lose, and your compatriots will be damned for all eternity. See what I'm thinking, common people have no rights to vote and do some other stuff. If you're not specialist, you cannot be right. He's right, I can feel all six of the jury looking diggers at me. Like, I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Seriously, think about this. In some IT development, can someone who's not related or game dev, not related to game dev or something, tell you what to do and how to develop the game? Even if you're a gamer, you cannot provide solution how it should be done. You must actually work in IT and be not the junior, middle, senior, or lead or something higher to make such decision. Nobody can vote and say, I want this feature in the game, without actually knowing how they should be developed and what is the way in development, why it's not possible, etc. And who is guilty actually in this bug or that bug, especially. Tester, developer, management, who? Who's guilty in all these bugs? Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Many say that developers, but mostly it actually happens due to the publishers or another source companies that actually working on the finishing product, and they're not allowed to do any changes, and initial development team cannot actually fix the bugs because it's already was sold to the publisher, provide money. Actually, there's tons and tons of reasons. Common people cannot do such decisions, so in the jury you cannot put someone from the streets. The great game designer speaks as you know. I'm just DevOps. A catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and took some tea with me as a gift. Well, I can only speak about this, so in every single situation there must be specialists who will decide, so guilty or not guilty, it must be a specialist who working in this jurisdiction system. Not a random person. Not a random person. Okay, let's press it. Why you and your neighbor good friends, huh? So, if you're speaking about game, you only can say do you like them or you don't like them. But if they good or bad, you need like deeper knowledge. And especially explain why they're good. Were you and your neighbors good friends then? No, we weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never ever. Simple no would have sufficed. It's like you can talk about books and movies. You can say do you like them or not. But again, you cannot say good them or not. You must be a real mature critic to do something like this. Based not on the money to which they pay for your review. Training. Be very experienced. Okay, simple no would have Sufficed. Oh my god. I don't remember how to pronounce it. Sufficient, so suffice. No. Doesn't sound good. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Pedancy fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. And hello, Jordations? Objections? And thank you for subscription for 12 months? For me it was like yesterday I remember you subscribed. Again? Happened again? As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Oh, by the way, I still didn't play the second Ninokuni. Right? No, I didn't play it. I must, someday. I actually want to finish all the series that I started, because playing just 1 or 2 games from it, like Tomb Raider, now I'm playing all Resident Evil games, so Sonic and Ninokuni also must be finished. But I don't think they will be playing this MMORPG. No. I can try, of course. Come now, no Japanese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquainted. I just arrived back to my lodgings. When I ran into Mr. Pedancy outside on the streets, that was at around 6 o'clock. Well, so far I finished only 2 games, but there's 2 to go. The second and, well, official second, and online. I exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at night to continue our debate. But did they have ill intentions? No, not 1, not 2, not any, not at all. Never ever. Simply no could have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. We have a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Oh, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was profoundly plausible orally. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did that debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style naturally. What? Mr. Pedancy had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He is as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top, a victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see? It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, Mitas? My tea was completely harmless, he couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would assume the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Just pity because one drop is all we would needed to analyze it for poison. And it says that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume. Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth. I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector. When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garideb seems to pay a lot of attention to the coming and going of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Pedency's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself, from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Still healing takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yards, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. 30 minutes, so it was like 11:30? What about this envelope? Wait a second. 31 years old? And you're 20? She's 20? Oh my god. I thought she was 50. Or maybe I even said about this something in the first game. Don't remember. One. Failed actor. Right in Rome in the same building. And why Garideb is 46? Because he looks like 70. No, something strange with the ages. Like they're the same age, but actually, no, you're much older. So the minutes. The victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. For the 30 minutes interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. Seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh there's my poison again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny it. And it further degrades Suzuki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out clearly. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Can you read it? Very well. The court will edit this report to the court record as evidence. Alright, a report issued by Kuluk01's medical officer is obviously mentions a poison as well as other details linked during the police investigation. Definitely this what I need. Oh yes, I see it here, the light on set of symptoms. Video, Pedency. 31. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. investigative conclusions. The poison incident occurred at around 1:30 on the 21st February. So it was 1 a.m. He was not drinking for 2 hours? Oh yeah, there was a stain. There was a stain because he didn't consume it immediately. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken. Come on. Typical. Every single watch is broken when someone collapsed. After the delayed onset of symptoms. So at 1 a.m., no container for the poison was found at the scene. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. So he did something else at 1 a.m. If I remember the testimony of you, he said something different. Oh no. Alright. Great. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. The argument still stands, you say. That's what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? Both them drank beer together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused later on, but the effect will be not in 30 minutes. Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear, by the way. Okay, 5 more minutes. So, you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Penancy could lock the door after you had gone. But no! He drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger that came out of the tea. Have any evidence to support that statement? Okay, we don't have evidence. When I was drunk. My great homeland, the Empire of Japan, have a saying. Drink the tea while it's hot. Sure, proverb will satisfy the prosecution. There's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. Afraid so, as things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes. I can skip this. Take some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. And what can I present? So Natsume drank it, but not him. It doesn't prove anything. Okay, so this medical report. occurred at around 1 a.m. Not 1:30. When he drank this cup. Oh my god. Why do you need this fork? Let's see. The argument still stands, you say. I think not, Inspector. Come again. I think you find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, second, consumed the poison 1:30. Well, it was effective 1:30, but he consumed it at 1. Defendant Mr. Natsume left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There are more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They did it the same way. The defense argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord 16? You destroyed the game. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind was pondered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Japanese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. In my country, there's an even more apt saying, there's nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, there was such a long gap. There may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. Sort of possibilities, Counsel. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? It's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who was nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. Suggests this may have been a suicide, Counsel. Mr. Penancy has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. But he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord 16? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. out brief candle lies but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his aura up on the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Why he's so bright here? Who, sir, are you? William Pedancy, my lord. Alas, was I undone by these bitter events, I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's brutal resistance will be utterly crushed. You call him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Pedancy, to regale thee with my tale of war, my lord. What's going on here? He's just failed actor. That's why he's dressed like this. Because he has no money for other clothing, except something of, like, costumes or theater. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of world's war. I can regale the court with a tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. It will do, Mr. Natsume, who let the court now hear from the victim. And who is this? Alright, so that's Mr. Pedancy. Who is that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we have caught a glimpse of that man before. It's the third time. State your name and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do send the breeze, and writer of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unbuilt poet, the unmatched scribe, William Pedancy. Were the great bards to be recalled to life anew, ladies and gentlemen? He was talking about William Shakespeare this time, I didn't pay attention. Were the great bards to be recalled to life anew? Oh, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who pondered such a miracle. Now it's William Pedancy. Indeed. Matterman? The name's Matterman? Adron B. Matterman? I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. And why is here? I remember now, it was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. What's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Suzuki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? So why did he run away? Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gaidev's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Pedancy, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips. Supports him for the trial. I forgot how to pronounce this word. Subpoena, so subpoenaed him for the trial. With his doctor's permission, naturally. hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Those be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The juror seems to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Really? Why? They actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. And Lord, what's the man next to Mr. Pedancy doing here? The gasman, I mean. And what, me? Oh, well now... Allow me to enlighten my learned friends. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is it not so, Mr. Mitterman? No, I'm just here. Hurriedly call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it does pay me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of what wintry nights of my discontent. The wintry nights of my discontent. The snow lay about us. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. Once the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, not else. I was outside this block's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little run-backed Eastern fella. Okay, so he was checking here actually. Putting a fake coins inside and stealing gas. Isn't it? It is. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Petancy room all night? That's right, because the block's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Well, now that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stir in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing by the body hath not part in display. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. What you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as a testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. we should continue tomorrow, I think. Because it's already too late. So let me save here. Definitely. Saving right away. So I believe I'm just in the middle of the second chapter. Alright, let's see who can I rate. Somebody left online. And what the heck? Why people playing online games more than anything else? Alright, is somebody playing exactly this attorney game? Actually, plenty of people. Tons of channels. Someone with camera. What are those? There's too many people here. That's me. No camera, no camera. Nothing that I usually rate. And this means... oh my god. I must check some other channel? No. I don't really want to. When you said that nobody's online at this time, really, people are usually not streaming at this time, because it's like past midnight for them. Alright, let's rate someone who's playing online games. Daytona TV. Why is he playing Fortnite? I don't understand. The most boring online games that I had ever played in my life. Like, there's tons of, like, other good games. But no, for some reason Fortnite is, like, most popular game at this time as well. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Chardashers, for the subscription. And see you next time. Good luck and good night. Bye anyway, Rava.